What? You lost your streak? What? How? Did you not show up Tuesday? Well, what kind of friend are you? How'd you lose your streak? I didn't stream between then and now. I mean, I set up a bunch of stuff in the background on OBS and stuff and Discord, but nothing. Huh. Very strange. Let me see. I don't think there's a stream that appeared out of nowhere. Unless somebody streamed for me yesterday. No, June 2nd. I did Star Miner. And then the one before that was Friday, the previous Friday. That's it. I don't know. Maybe it's a bug and it'll fix itself. Let me make sure I have a streak on you. Maybe I have a streak on you. That sounds kind of weird. No, I don't want to hear myself again. Let me see. I had one on somebody else last night. But let me see if I have one still here. No, I'm at 61 for you. Huh. You weren't watching me on a different account, like your Jack account or something like that by accident? Weird. I don't know what their policy is for restoring streaks or if they can even do that, but I don't know. Very strange. Well, welcome in for the first time, Zaz. It's your first stream. I'll introduce myself to you. That very weird. Nope, I promise I didn't do anything weird on my end. And the only thing I did Twitch related yesterday was I changed some stuff on my about screen and I changed my schedule. But that's it. Yeah. I never hit a go live button anywhere. I wanted to because I wanted to test something. Actually, I need to go see if that worked. But I didn't. Testing live here. Nope, it didn't work. See, and that's why I wanted to test it yesterday, because it didn't work. Well, you'll just have to get there again in 3 months, at which point I will be at 150 for you, and then we can talk about who's got the longer streak. Well, it won't be 3 months because I don't stream every day. So we're talking like long time from now, probably 6 months. I've got 4 guaranteed, not guaranteed, but 4 regular streams, and then an optional one on Sunday mornings here. So yeah, so speaking of, I got all organized yesterday. No, don't hear me. Mute. There we go. Let's see Inception. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes. We're going to get Inception. There it comes. There it comes. um, where'd it go? Where is it at? I gotta go here. Yeah, I gotta go here. There we go. You don't want 4 of me. People at work have been talking about wanting to clone me, but I've highly suggested against it. But yeah, so I started filling out this little better than just variety. If I know what I'm doing coming up, I'll stick it on there. So like I got Summer Game Fest tomorrow. Saturday is still up in the air, what we'll do. And then Sunday, normally regularly scheduled to be in the morning, game dev. And then if I do it, but then this Sunday we're having the Xbox and PC Gamer Summer Game Fest showcases. So we'll be doing that in the afternoon. But I've done that. I also have a Discord now. It is linked under my about. Wanted the place to put things about game dev and things in case people wanted to see it without me having to describe it every time. So keep up on that stuff that's in there. Actually scheduled stuff out on YouTube. Like I've got those 2 streams this weekend for Game Fest scheduled on YouTube. This was scheduled on YouTube. So yeah, try to get some organization going this weekend. I thought I had live notifications working on Discord, but it didn't. Unless it went to the wrong place. Nope. So this bot can suck my balls because it didn't work. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. So yeah, just getting things tidy. But now I want to be productive. Not because I haven't been productive on the game, but I didn't feel productive at all today for work because it was a fix the broken shit day. And hear bad news day, not work related bad news, but bad news day that affects what we do in the next week or so, but not permanently. So, yeah. Been an interesting day. Went from, I know I got to fix this stuff today to, oh, now we have to do all of this stuff too, because X will be gone for the next week or so. So, for not good reasons, for legitimate reasons out of the blue. So where we left last time, almost not really, I didn't even open up GitHub yet, and I need to start music. I need music. Let's get some retro game music on here. Maybe Wire will join us and start guessing what they are again. These are more than just Zelda at this point, so he might have some trouble. I have no idea what my volume here is set to. Let me see. That's too tall. Too tall? Too high. I'm too tall. That's too high. There's OBS. Okay. Cool. Well, that's cool. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You said you had I thought maybe I misheard or it changed or something, but did you get a second job that's doing more days now, or did this job just change days? And then I need GitHub. Oh, they changed the start screen on the browser. Let me see if it's revealing my personal information. Oh, is it the same general type of job or is it something totally different? Nose itch. Let's see. Does it have my city name on here anywhere? Because if it does, that's a no-go. No. Okay, we're good. New browser tabs are safe. Okay, so more not just a single person. Are you going to still help that one lady at her home, or are you going to stop that just to work the care home full time? Okay. You better stay with the American. Us Americans need a lot of emotional support right now. uh, oh, bank work. Oh, well, it's at a care home, but you're not doing actual care. Um, you're doing bank related stuff. I see. Yeah, but once you're labeled an American, you're labeled an American. So it's it's a sometimes a blessing, lots of times a curse. Uh, oh, I don't bank work wasn't a term I was aware of other than outside of actual bank work. Like I thought you were going to do books or accounting or something like that with them. Um, gotcha. So it's not like a full time job. It's a whatever you want to do, however much they need type thing. Um, gotcha. Well, cool. Well, congrats. Hopefully, eventually, I mean, we could make a inappropriate joke and say it is a care home, so they're a little bit slow there because of their age. Two on the nose. um. Anyway, but yeah. Well, cool. Yeah, it's just a temporary thing at work for us that kind of happened today. One of our one of our coworkers lost their spouse. So that was not a good day for them. I don't know if it was expected or not, but definitely not something we were we were expecting or anticipating hearing anything about. So, and then like the weird side of it is we just as of 4 days ago switched health insurance plans, and all of our supplemental life insurance disappeared. So it's never good timing to lose somebody, but that just like punches you in the gut even more. So yeah, stuff is just too expensive in the U.S. Way too expensive. Like my health insurance for an individual, just me, with a the higher of the two deductibles is $550 a month. It's ridiculous. Um, and I barely use it. It's really there for me. It is truly insurance. It's catastrophic insurance for me is all I have it for, because that's all I use it for. I use my dental, but I don't use the main health. Thankfully, the company pays for some of that, but I still have to pay for a chunk of it myself every month. It's just weird here. And she probably got decent health insurance, and they probably gave her a discount on what it normally is. It probably still wasn't cheap, but it was uh better probably. But yeah, no, I am very well aware of the medical billing and coding system here and how one number or one letter could completely change what you're getting billed for. Um, so yeah, good thing is I just don't use it, so I don't have to worry about it. The only stuff I really use is dental and then vision, just to have eye checkups. But I never pay anything out of pocket for those. That's just it's all normal covered stuff. So I don't care. They can code it however they want to, as long as they don't charge me anything for it. Yeah, exactly. It's like if I helped uh, I helped my ex study for medical billing and coding certifications. So I know all the little I don't know all the codes, but I know all the weird caveats and weird stuff that stuff goes through. Um, Ironically, I helped her study for a job that made her go live with somebody else. Anyway, uh, yeah, no, I mean, there are good and bad about national health care, and there's good and bad about the healthcare we have here. There's no one good solution for everybody. You just have to see which one, what has the least downsides, or maybe some combination of it. Like maybe there's some national health system here, and then there's also some private you can add on top of that, right? Maybe something like that. But it's just nobody wants to change anything because they're all just padding their pockets with money. But anyway, speaking of money, I got to talk to my somebody I work with tomorrow. What he's thinking about this, but the SpaceX IPO uh, was announced today, and it's going to be they're going to announce the price on the 10th, I think, and on the 11th it'll open, so a week from now. The estimate I saw on my Fidelity account for it, if I wanted to opt in to try to get it, was $135 a share. And they're releasing 555,555,555 shares. You know who came up with that number? It was not Gwen Shotwell. It was Musk for sure. There's no way he didn't pick some stupid number to make it unique looking. but $135 a share. I don't know. I mean 10 shares at that point is $1,400. But I want to ask the guy I work with if he's even considering it. Everything I've read so far is that in an IPO like this, they're probably overvalued. And in the first 6 months, it drops off and then it starts picking up again. So it might be worth just waiting it out for 6 months before buying shares. And you're not supposed to flip your shares within the first 2 weeks, so people can't buy it and watch it drop and then trade them. If you do that, your brokerage flags you and you won't be able to participate in these kind of things for a while. So we'll see. I don't know. My bank just told me I'm losing half of the bonus for cash back on my credit card that I have with them right now. So the money sitting there giving me that needs to go somewhere that gives me better interest. So maybe it's a little investment there and the rest somewhere else. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, but SpaceX's IPO is coming out next week, and then Anthropic for Claude is sometime later this year as well. And I think OpenAI is as well. I think they're all three coming out this year. Weird times, but so what did I do between streams? Let's get back to fun things. So I did go through the issues. Oldest. And as you can see, the decisions are gone. I made the decisions. So I went through these that we needed to decide. And made the decisions on how we're going to do our death system. And basically landed on the combination of the two things where we have our penalty for random rolls modifier that happens. And then that plus the way I did the items was going to be based off of your skill levels in some way. And we'll have to tweak how that works depending on how it scales and works. But there's got to be some cost for death. Oh, yeah, you can die in this game. It's not permadeath or anything. And I'm probably going to make it like Ashran's Call was when you died. You'll get this vitae penalty, is what they called it. We're not going to call it in this game that, but you'll get that. And you'll drop some items. But in AC, you could go back to your body where it was and loot yourself and get it all back, right? So it'll be the same here, where if you can get back to where you were, like Minecraft, like all your stuff's just sitting on the ground there, yeah. But it'll be the same idea. If you can get back to where you were, then you can potentially get them as well. There will be a slight chance that something might not still be there when you get there. And the lore I'm putting behind that, because I want there to be more of a risk than you go in, you die, you get your vitae penalty, and you lose items, but you just go right back and get your items, and you die again, you get more vitae, you just keep doing that. I don't want that to happen, so I want there to be a chance that something disappears too. And the lore behind that would be if you're fighting something that could use something that you dropped or could run off with something that you dropped, that can happen, right? So, or if you're, this isn't even in the game design anywhere yet, but a thought that I've had is like if you're exploring and you come up to a cliff and you try to scale that cliff and you don't have equipment and you fall and die, your stuff might be at the bottom of that cliff. So, or it might break on your fall, and that's why it's not there. So there'll be some risk of losing stuff permanently, but I don't want to make it too punishing, but I don't want to encourage death, and there not be much consequence for it. So, yes, we made that decision here. Yeah, I did put in here, we recover some, if not all, the items, depending on the circumstances of the death. So that was decided. We made that decision on death. The skill throttle mechanism, this was to try to figure out how to deal with somebody trying to do all of the skills at once and just race through them. And we had a lot of different options on the table for this one that we thought about. And I ended up with multiple combinations of those. So on E, the World Discovery Gate, that has to go in because there will be some sub skills for things that will only be discovered when they find said thing or do said thing or whatever that is that discovers that skill. So that has to be there. We'll also use some form of this, but each new skill takes longer to level the more skills you have. There's some base level of number of skills you can have that doesn't happen on, but at some point your brain fills up and you only do so much, right? So that's the idea of the brain capacity thing. So we'll have to look at some scaling on that. And then also the time gate is involved. So it's not so much real time stuff. It is for offline schooling to catch you up. There is like however long you're offline for, there's going to be some set amount of skill you gain over each period of time that you're offline, right? But the other part would be for the catch-up purposes, need to be able to determine, okay, the first, and this was just what I wrote down here as an example, say the first 50% of the skill, you go 2x speed as you level up to start catching up with other people at a higher level to the max level in the world right now. The next 25% is 1.5, and then the last 25% is just normal speed. That way you don't catch up instantly to the people that are at the top, but it lets you get closer into them. So, yeah, I mean, you want I'm gonna use mayo. I can't think of how to use mayo in the context. There's got to be a way to use mayo in that context, but yeah, I want you to be able to catch up, but I don't want you to mayo all the way up to them. I don't know. I can't figure out where to put mayo in there. We'll figure out the details as we go, but I wanted to get these decided just so we could get there. So I think that covers our skill throttling mechanism. And then the other one, this was more technical. This was just it is important though, because there was what platforms are we targeting first? And it gave these three options: Windows desktop first, website, and then maybe mobile later, or just web first and then look at Windows later, or Windows plus web simultaneously. And I landed on none of those. I landed on we're going to do web first initially to work out the kinks of what the UI looks like, the main UI. I'm not so worried about all the little details here and there, but just how the main UI works, because it needs to work there. And then any limitations, the web is going to be the most limiting factors for making the UI. So if it works there, it's easy to port that to desktop, because that'll work fine on a desktop app. And the same with mobile, it'll work fine on a mobile. So the idea is we'll start with web until we get to a point where we think, okay, it's pretty much set. We're good. We don't have to worry about too much. And then we'll go ahead and do Windows. And then from that point forward, do Windows and web. And then mobile, maybe at some point. I mean, you can do the website on your mobile. It'll be a responsive site, so you can do it on your mobile, but not a mobile native app just yet. I gotta reduce my scope somewhere. I can't. This is just me and Claude. And Claude gets cranky at me, telling me I miss things. I asked it to do that, but it gets cranky at me. So yes, we made that decision. So those are in. And I had all the documentation updated with those decisions in there. I argue with Claude all the time. Claude argues with itself. Like, I was working on trying to troubleshoot something yesterday at work, and I said, well, this is happening. I gave it the scenario, and we worked through some stuff, and I said, well, but this is happening here, so why is that not working? And it came back saying, well, because X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. And then it goes to the next line, and it puts in big bold letters, wait. That can't be true, because that's the exact opposite of what's happening. So what's really happening is this is it. So it literally came up with an idea, reread what it said, and goes, nope, that's not right, and then gave me a different idea. So it argued with itself. I didn't even have to tell it. There's no way that's happening. It figured it out. It did it itself. Getting a mind of its own. It's AI is going to take over. I read something this morning that I did not expect from somebody I knew from college. He posted on, I still get, LinkedIn just sends me emails, because it does send me emails constantly for no reason, but like shows me updates from the feed on LinkedIn. And there was a post about letting your AI agents have access, or don't put many guardrails on your AI, because the amount of data it has access to determines how well it'll work for you. Basically saying, give it access to everything and it'll do better for you. And then the guy I knew responds like, yeah, I agree. The guardrails we set up today are going to be limiting, just like they were back in the past. So we don't want to do that. I'm like, yes, you do. These people might be thinking about giving access to maybe metrics and logs and things that don't have any personal information in them or sensitive information in them. Sure, that's fine. But when you, like for my job, we can't just let it loose, because we've got tons of PII, personally identifiable information, and PCI, payment card industry information. So we don't have much stored anymore, but it flows through the system. But so we don't want to be letting AI just randomly go look at people's names, addresses, phone numbers, emails, social security numbers, driver's license. None of that. No, you don't get to have all of that. That's where you gotta put some guardrails on it. Could it do some cool things with location data? Sure, I'm sure it could. And we can give it anonymous location data, but we have to do it anonymously, not with somebody's name on it. So different industries, different people see things different ways, clearly. But anyway, so we finished the land block stuff last week, or last time. We finished the mob stuff last time, I think. Yeah, and we finished item schema last time. What, Alf? Did you fart? Is that why you're looking at me? Yeah? Is that why I felt something weird on the side of my leg just now? Mm-hmm. Nasty dog. But we didn't do character and skill schema. And I finished those out. They're not closed, but the initial run of it was. So they weren't nearly as complicated as the others that I did. So it just kind of fills out what identifies a character, what bits of information do we need to have about them, different states, some high level numbers so that I don't have to keep calculating them every time. Like, I don't want to calculate every time we go into attack what your armor level is and what your attack power is. I just want to know, because that just slows things down. What knowledge you have, skills, what your different inventory places are, what's in those inventory. So just built that out about the character, and then some skill information, just how do we define the different skills, what's in them, what are their values, that kind of thing. So I thought, I did pretty good. I knew there were some little gaps here and there of stuff that I might have missed. So I gave all of that to Claude and said, hey, analyze this stuff. Give me some output files that I can have some chats with chat on, with, I guess, you guys, but also Claude chat, of what I missed so we can work through it. And this was its result. It was more than I was thinking about, unfortunately. So we got stuff to do. We got to define what an account looks like, which is a good point. We need to know that. I don't necessarily need it right up front, but it can't hurt to go ahead and have it. I did mention settlement storage in the inventory for a character, so I guess we need to define what defines a settlement. I guess we'll call it a settlement for now. This is just going to be schema names in the background, so if we call it something else on the front end for everybody to see, it's whatever. Mob train weight. Oh, so this is mob terrain weight. There. So the mob terrain rate. Yeah. So don't look at me. You farted and then you ran away. Don't look at me like that. That's on you. You could have stayed here as long as you wanted. So what mobs are allowed to spawn in different types of terrain? Like you wouldn't want a polar bear. Let's say we have polar bears. Not necessarily that we do, but say we had polar bears. You don't want that spawning in the desert. That's bad. So you have to be able to put weights on those for where they're allowed to spawn. And I guess I didn't really define the schema for that anywhere. I said I needed something, but I don't have anything defined. So we got to do that. NPCs. We got NPCs. We need NPCs. Got to define some NPC stuff. Oh, okay. So we need to track, we need something to define what knowledge we have about Limen, which is what we're calling the thing now, by the way. I needed a name for it because I had to start naming things. I didn't want to put the thing everywhere. Lottie wanted to be an NPC, yeah. Yeah. She was in here, I think the last time I did this, last Friday, I think. And asked if she could be an NPC. So it may not be named Lottie, but it will clearly be Lottie by her personality. Dickhead. Yes, or some form of dickhead that doesn't sound so bad, right? Phallic symbol. They do. It could be something like World of Warcraft did this with some of their character, with some of their NPCs. Like they had Paris Hilton in one of the Alliance towns, and they called the NPC, what was it, Harris Pilton? So they just swapped the two first letters to put in there. So it could be something like that. It could be like Hick Dead. That doesn't sound weird, but something like that, right? Hick Dead. We could do a Hick version of Lottie. Dottie. There you go. Dottie. Yep. So yeah, we're gonna have to have NPCs. We're gonna have to define some, and there's gonna be it's gonna be there's gonna be part of it's gonna be there will be some set ones that are there initially when the world generates when the world opens, right? But there's gonna be randomly generated ones as new land blocks are formed and explored. So it's gonna kind of be like what Sea of Thieves does with captain names and like the Reaper chest skeletons that come out, all the names on those. They're just going to be like a pool of names that they can be used, and then it's going to pick from it. So there might be 15 Dotties around the world, right? Freaky, scary people or creatures. Probably. I mean, it's a planet, an alien, not necessarily an alien planet, but a planet that we crash landed on. So who knows what's there? The good thing about it is it's 2D. It's a 2D game, so you're not going to see things running around that scare you. You might get into the zone and see an icon for a weird creature and its name, and then when you go and you fight it, you'll see a bigger version of it. But it's not going to be like 3D models looking all creepy and stuff. So yeah, I've done a very limited amount of 3D graphics in my career. So I don't want to learn that on top of everything else I have to learn to do this. So 2D, I still have to learn 2D, but there's less complexity there than there is with 3D. So, yeah, there might be a crazy chopulated, but it's not going to come running after you and swing its arms. It might be one of those aggressive mobs that shows up in a random place and when you enter and is aggressive and gets you, but it won't make you jump. My mom asked me this weekend when I mentioned that I was doing this because I guess I never mentioned this to them before. I'm pretty sure I mentioned I had a game design idea for many years, but um, I mentioned it to her and she was like, "Would I be able to play it?" I was like, "Yeah, I mean, this is not there's no reaction time needed for this game. There's no race to the end game. There's nothing like that. It's just there's a lot more calmness to it or laid back to it. You can go no life it if you want, but you'll be limited." So, you know what? I forgot to start fishing in case somebody comes in and fishes. I don't know if you had tried or not yet, but I forgot to start it. Um, yeah, I mean, you could play a game with your grandparents. Probably they'd probably be able to do this too. I mean, it's literally like there's nothing in this game where there's a timer that makes you do something in a certain amount of time. Right? You could literally go as slow as you want, and as long as you're having fun, doesn't matter. Right? Other people are going to help advance the world, so it's not like we're relying on you to do it, and you can take advantage of that advancement. So that's the cool thing about like what we're talking about right here with the world Limen knowledge and then the world sub skill discovery and stuff like that. Is other people find things, you can take advantage of that. So, so yeah. Well, yeah, with my mom too. Yeah, if it gets to that point, we're still trying to figure out what these things are right now. We haven't even gotten anywhere close to putting a game together. I was watching King Gothalion this morning. He was playing Phantasy Star Online. I sent a picture of my monitor on my side to Wire to say that's his fault that I was watching that. But he was talking about his game, and they've I'm taking advantage of insider information, I guess, maybe. He said it on the public, so it's no longer insider if you say it in public, but his studio that for the game they're building, they already have done market research and everything. And said there's a big hole for games that are loot chase based and loot based games, where you're just not given everything instantly. So this falls right into that category. So that'll be I got to beat them. No, they're a 3D game like Phantasy Star. I'm not. So this will be more for less no lifers. Apparently, Wire has spent the last 2 evenings, the entire evenings, playing Phantasy Star. So sorry, not sorry. So yeah, so we got to define some knowledge stuff. Significant ambiguities that need resolution. I didn't actually read all this stuff. I just saw this output and I was like, I'll read this on stream when I do it. I don't want to. It was late by the time I got to this point. Item container foreign key target is undefined. An item can be in multiple places, none of which have a defined entity. Huh? Item container foreign key target is undefined. Item can be multiple. No, it can't. Or is it saying this is the problem? None of which have been defined, have a defined entity. So let's look at. Oh, I don't go that far back. So we have. This is the mob. And that's close this. We have the item schema and we have character schema. So in the character schema, we've got inventory slots of where these things are. And then an item, I have owner and I have container. How is that ambiguous? There will be one owner or no owner, and one container or no container. Why is it? What Foreign key target is undefined. Is it just not clear that these are containers? Because that's the containers. Equip slots, carried slots, so like your bag and stuff on the character. Storage slots there. The hell was that, Alf? Like some giant bug flew into the window up there. I don't think it was a bird. That was not loud enough to be a bird. Maybe I cleaned them too well. Um, does it just want more detail? I'm not really sure I follow. We'll have to have discussions about that. I don't know if I don't feel like there's a lot missing. Maybe we need to define what a container entity is. Maybe that's what it's asking for. That could be it. Limen knowledge model. World shared and character local needs to be pinned before character schema is coded. So it's talking about this stuff. Okay. Crafting blueprints. World discovered a character only. Same structural question. Loot tables. Data entities or code-driven enums. Affects whether the loot table needs to exist in phase 1. I don't. The idea that I had put in, we'd built out for the items was, what, Alf? You don't like Mario Brothers music? I know 2 wasn't my favorite, but still a good Mario. Did you not like it either, Alf? Hmm? Okay. Only 6, boy. You got time. You gotta wait. I had tags. Where did the tags go? Oh no, it was loot table tag. So this is where it's saying loot table. Do I have tag anywhere else in here? No. I think that was being defined on, was that the land block we defined that on? Where do we define all the tag stuff on? I know it's somewhere. Come here. You just didn't stay there for long at all, did you? Hi, I'm Mr. Alf. How you doing? How's my Alf? I can't move the keyboard, boy. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry. So yeah, so we defined it here. I guess we got to define something table-wise. Yeah, we got to define loot tables, how that stores. Yeah, okay. What else does it say? Death item recovery at death location implies a world item, corpse item entity that nobody has defined yet. So, I mean, I guess we'll work through it with Claude chat and make sure I'm not forgetting something. But I guess here, if we define containers, I think that would help because it's not just that it's a physical container. It could be that it is. So, like an Asheron's Call, your items stayed on your corpse, and only you could open it for like the first hour, I think, and then anybody could open it and take stuff if you didn't already get it. So it might be something like that where it's you're still the owner of the item, or maybe the owner is not set anymore, but the container is the ID of your corpse, maybe. And there'll have to be some decay cleanup because I can't store that stuff forever. Gotta look at server performance and database performance. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. It could be worse. And yeah, I didn't update any of that stuff. So, okay. So what we're going to do is I told it to dump this stuff out. All my phase 1 issues dumped. It's full gap analysis. I haven't actually looked at these markdown files, and then the closed decision issues. And I'm going to give it, these guys are game design and their other documents, and we're going to chat. Because talking through things conceptually is, you can do it in here. It's just, it doesn't, this is much more useful when it comes to actually reading code and writing code and analyzing things, whereas this is more talk through stuff. So all right. So let's get these. Let's first off, before we go too far, my God, Alf doesn't know how to sit still. He has zero concept of sitting still. Okay, so this was just the dump of the issues, right? That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. What the hell just happened here? There. Okay, so issues. Okay, so it's just a straight up dump of them. Good. What I wanted. And then this should be just a dump of the closed decisions. Yep. And this is its analysis. Oh, it goes into more detail here. Okay, so I could have just read this rather than the little bullet point thingy. Yep. Stuff has to get defined there. Settlement entity. I don't know. They need to have chats. Now it's got all this information here. Might just do it and have it reanalyze some of this stuff. Let's see. Does it get into more details? So the train weight. Okay. So it kind of, I should have just read this first rather than the little bullet points it gave. But it doesn't define what the foreign key targeted item can be. Slot, inventory, settlement storage, world chest or container. Drop at a death location. List in the broader. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that one. Okay. Yeah, so this was covered here. So yeah, we know about that. What it says C8 below. This is like really just getting. It's funny that I didn't put anything about the Ashram's Call stuff into this stuff, but this all sounds very similar to what when I wrote plugins for that game you had to deal with. Wait, where did this come from? You didn't talk to that. It really isn't a travel state, though. Travel is instant. Being able to travel is not. Maybe we do walk through each of these with Claude and just kind of work it out. Thing is, I asked it to do. I asked it. I asked it to do this, and it didn't. Okay. Well, this is why the title of the stream is Claude rudely pointing out lots of holes, because there are lots of holes. Okay. Account entity. Yeah, we got to define that. We'll throw that in the character schema thingy here. Yeah, I'll put that at the bottom. I'll put that up here. So account entity. So what do we need on account? What did it talk about first? And then we're going to have to add to it, I'm sure. Where'd it go? Here we go. Yeah, I guess I will. I can associate SSO to it, but I want the password hash in there. Login roles, flags. Ah, yes, it's very important to have that banned flag. What the hell? Oh, wait. Yeah, obvious, all that stuff. One to many. Session token management. I want to be able to revoke tokens if there's abuse, for sure. Okay. So, username, password, hash. I hate storing stuff that's sensitive, but I don't know there's a way around it right now. I'm trying to think. The only way around it is to not use it and just use SSO with Google or Microsoft or Facebook or something like that. But then that puts a dependency that doesn't allow the server to be hosted locally. So, got to have a password hash. It may not be set if somebody does SSO, but I think you got to have it. There's plenty of secure ways to store hashes. Those are, you've got to know how to rehash and compare. So, okay, for now. Definitely want an email. Created, last login. Yeah, okay. So, created date, UTC. Last login, UTC. I'm going to put all my dates in UTC because I want to easily be able to know what time something happens and not have to convert time zones. There will be no local time in here. There'll be a server time, but it's in UTC, so it doesn't matter. All right. So create date UTC, last login UTC. We'll have account flags. So active, because I could close their account. And locked. Like if they had bad login attempts, too many of them will lock the account. So it can't be logged into. I think pending delete. This might just be account status. I guess you could be locked out as your pending delete because you can't get back in. You want to make it not pending delete anymore. So yeah, we'll do flags. Because I'm not gonna. You'll be able to delete your account, but it doesn't happen instantly. I'll just have a job that does that on occasion. Um, we did talk about email. Country. I don't have any interest in storing your address. I need to be able to contact you, and I need to know what country you're in for legal reasons. Unfortunately. Shouldn't matter, but it does. some countries will not be allowed to join. Not because of me, but because of their laws. Some countries all need to know if, like European stuff for GDPR, and I guess I need to know country and state if it applies. Because like in the US, California's got some GDPR like laws, but nobody else does. Or there's not everybody has those. So I need to know that. Because that makes it so they can request what information I have about them, and I will send them this list. Your email in your country and your state. I don't have anything else about you. I don't want your name. I don't care. I will need to log last login UTC, last login IP address. There will be logs that are generated, but I want to just kind of track. And I can geocode that log, that IP address easily. It might be behind a VPN, but I can geocode it one way or the other. Let's see, what else? What else? Yeah, account can have one-to-many characters. That's fine. All that stuff's the same for all of them. We could have a default character so that when you load up, when you log in, you can log into that character, or at least it's showing you the list. That's what's selected. Have that in there, and then we need some session management stuff. So we need to count sessions. I really need to learn more about these tokens. I use them. I generally understand them, but half of me is like, how are these secure? I just, every time I've talked to other people that I work with about these tokens, I ask these questions about security, and they're like, yeah, I don't know. Well, then why are we using them? We'll have to figure that out. Definitely want to know more about it. We'll need account sessions, and then they're going to have to be dynamically generated JWTs, I think. And then we just ban accounts, or we auto disconnect sessions or something if something's getting weird. So then we need an account session entity. Of course, Alf just leaves because he hears a bird chirping. So we'll need account reference. Unique key. Sure. Call it that. It'll probably be a GUID, my guess. Count reference. Session start. UTC session last activity. UTC session token. Session expiration UTC. Is that session or token? Probably both. You're so weird, Alf. Why are you like this, dog? Hmm? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? I gotta do this first. Boop. You just stare. I think that should cover that. Oops. There is no such thing as admin at this level. It's me. I have database access. I can do what I please. There will be some sort of admin interface, but it's not going to be at this level. We got that one covered. Settlement entity. Okay, let me save this so I don't lose it. Okay. Storage slot. Okay, so we need a settlement entity. I'm glad it gives me some starting points. I don't have to totally think too hard. And settlement storage entity, yeah. Now, do we make just a container entity, then have a container type? And that type drives what other parameters matter. So we'll have settlement reference and character reference. Or there's three types. There's like settlement storage, there's character storage, so your backpack, and then there's character, period, what you have equipped. It's basically a container. But that last container is a very strange one. I don't know that I want to do it that way. What? You got to pee or something? Staring contest time. Are you backing away, huh? Huh? Oh, you're backing away. You can't do this, can you? You trying to wink at me? You're winking. Did I win? I won. You blinked. I win. Okay. Let me get him his pee. Let me get him his pee. Let me get him his pee break and his greenie. I'm going to think about how I want to do the storage. I want to do it as one big thing or just actually have settlement storage versus backpack character storage versus character equipment. I think character equipment might just be at the character level. But it's kind of a container still because I have to tell the container is the character, not the character's backpack. I'll think about that. All right. Let me get his potty break in and we shall be right back here. And there, I need to put this on my button thing so I stop doing it this way. All right, I shall be right back. All right. I didn't make any decision. Too busy making Alf not bark. So we could do just 3 different container types. I think. Well, I mean, settlement storage and backpack are the same definitions. There's a limit to the number of items. The only difference is your backpack, the items in your backpack contribute to your burden. But that doesn't mean the container cares about that. We just use that to calculate your character's burden. So there could just be containers, and that's settlement storage and, well, there's 3 types of containers now. When I think about it. Did you let a bug in, Alf? Did I just see a fly go by my face? I think I did. Why, Alf? Um, so there's settlement storage. There's backpack storage. There are chests. And then there is loot. Well, those are the 3 ones that actually storage. And they're all the same. They're all limited by capacity. The container itself doesn't care, excuse me, about burden. It's only the character that cares about burden. So it'll just look at the container and add up and determine the burden. So as items are added and removed, the burden gets updated on the character. Chests don't care, so open world chests don't care. Settlement storage doesn't care. And then what we would do is on items. That's not items. This is items. This container, it can't be nullable. We have to say it's somewhere. So this container could be character, right? And the owner determines what character it's on. And when it's on character, then there is a, on here, we have to equip slots. It would be in one of these, right? And then for open world sitting on the ground, this would just have to be open world, but we'd have to somehow say where it is. And settlement storage has to define a settlement. Character storage has to define the character. Chest open world storage has to define the location. So they are all different. The general concept of how they store items is the same, but the definition of where they are at is different. Now we could just make that an enumeration on the container, storage container, and the type determines what properties matter. We're not defining so many different ones. We could just have storage container as a base class and then make inherit classes that are for the specific ones that implement them differently. We could do that. We get an interface type thing. What do you think, Alf? What should we do? All about database storage too. I can do all kinds of crazy cool stuff in code. Database storage is different. You can't inherit classes in databases. Hmm. I feel like the database will just be a container, generic container storage container, and then we have a bunch of different properties on it. Doesn't help me about loose items though in the world, because that's not a container at that point, but it has a location. Maybe it is a container type and it just uses a location property. That could be it too. Open world is a container type, and then it just defines what land block slash subland block it's in. Maybe. Maybe that works. Maybe. 24-hour stream for charity, huh? Doesn't like her hair anymore. I have no idea what the Princess Trust is. It sounds. I'm trying to think what it sounds similar to that I've heard of before, just by name. Um, what's that called? There's one here in the U.S. that I know about. So if I search for it, I'll know the name of it. Locks of Love. That's what it was. That's the one I've heard of. You donate your hair to Locks of Love, and they will make wigs for cancer patients and kids and stuff like that. So that must just be a UK one then. Let's see here. Yeah, it's UK. Hi, Alf. You want to donate your hair? I don't think they put dog hair in wigs. Maybe they do, but probably not, huh? Yeah. Mm. You're not gonna take your hair. Don't worry. You look really weird, bald. Better not be. Oh, actually, it is the new month. Tomorrow I got to give you your pill, Alf. I forgot to today, so you get it tomorrow. It's fine. I have been late every month for like the last 6 months, so we're right on target. I usually get them on the first of the month every time, but I just keep forgetting. So it's always like the fourth or the fifth. So hey, it works. Same day of the month. It's just so easy now, popping one pill down his throat rather than two giant ones like it used to be. Mr. Alf. It's like the commercial. There ain't no bugs on me. There ain't no bugs on me. There may be bugs on some of you mugs, but there ain't no bugs on me. Huh, pup? You ain't got no bugs. Yeah, Alf is not running from me anymore. I used to have to chase him down to give him his stuff, but now that it's literally just one small pill now. It used to be a decent sized pill and then a big old chunky thing, and I had to break him up into a bunch of pieces and shove him down in parts down his throat. Now it's just one pill that I can break in half and just shove those down his throat at the same time. Just once. He doesn't run as much because I don't have to shove as much down his throat. But he knows that it's pills. Like it doesn't matter what I could cover that thing in peanut butter. He would lick all the peanut butter off and spit out the pill. You don't like your pills, do you, Alf? No. No, you don't. But I have to give them to you right after you eat dinner. So like basically as you're eating, I have to prep it and have it ready so that I give it to you. So, but you're getting better. You'll be 6 this year. You're an adult, right? You're going to calm down, aren't you? No? Okay. I could hope. I heard your belly, Alf. Yeah, they say golden doodles will calm down when, like, never. Although all the memes about them my mom would find when he was younger was like, yeah, he's in his terrible 2s and 3s, but by the time he turns 4, he'll calm down. Well, look at us now. We're going on 6. Not a, he's not slowing down at all. All right, so we're gonna make a container entity. So we're gonna put that under items. What was that big yawn, boy? What was that big yawn? Oh no, Alpha's not calm at all in his sleep. Well, he eventually gets there, but he moves around so much. And I can't I don't have I have white sheets and then like this I took it with me on my road trip. It's a just a thicker cover that's on top. But I can't have that. Like if it's winter, I'm cold because what he does with that top layer is he balls it up. He's like pulls it back with his paws and then kicks me and then he pulls it back further and he just balls it up and then he sits on it. So that's how the night starts. And then he just keeps pushing me further and further over into my edge of the bed or what he wants left of his bed. And then starts having his dreams and kicks me in his dreams and farts, yelps. Yeah. You are an active little boy, Alf. You know that? All right. Item. Defining. I'll put this note on these so that when Claude sees these, I'm going to take out JSON-B. I don't think these are going to be that. These are just going to be like a list. Okay. But we need to define container entity. And then he licks. That's the other thing he does. He just licks and licks. Not like bad, excessive licking, but he licks me. and then instead of jumping out of bed and going to get a drink of water, I have a second bowl upstairs in my bathroom upstairs for him. Yeah, I'm not going up there yet. It's nowhere close to 9 o'clock. You're fine. There's an extra bowl of water up there for him. Instead of going the 3 feet to go get water, he just sits in bed and acts like he's got dry mouth. Yeah, you. That's what you do in the middle of the night. Yeah, he's weird. And then he finds it necessary to like, he'll start on my left side and he'll be like, what the right side? And he'll just push me over and take the right side from me. And then I have to like, because I'm right on the edge of the bed because that's all he gives me. And then he comes over and is like, no, I want this part over here now. And I have to shift over to the middle of the bed. And then like 10 minutes later, he gets up and shifts on his, and I want this part of the bed again. And I got to shift back to my edge of the bed. You don't let your dad sleep. No, you don't. But you're a sweet boy. You love your dad. That's why you do it all. You just want to figure out how you want to cuddle with me. I know. I know. You're funny. Big old scratches on your head. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's putting you to sleep. Putting you to sleep. Oh, yeah. Is that good? Did you like that? All right. Container type. So, settlement storage, character backpack, character equipped, world chest, world loose item. What else did we say we needed? Container. We had element storage, character backpack, equipped items, world chest, world loose item. Is there anything else? Where else just items exist? There might be others eventually. Mobs, are they going to have it? I think we did say they were, didn't we? Let me look. Oh, that was a mob right there. You're funny, Alf. When we first got him, when he played with toys, he whines with the toys in his mouth. And we were worried that he had, like, there's something wrong with his teeth. And the vet looked at him and was like, "No, it's just his personality. It means he's a vocal, active dog." And that was the first sign. That was like day 3. That was the first sign. This was going to be a vocal, active dog. Yeah, you. It's just like he gets into his mouth. And yeah, that's what you sound like. You're funny. Mm-hmm. Now he's whining at me. Mm-hmm. That's him. What? It's him. He's sitting next to me. There's nothing that he needs. It's just he's being demanding. What, Alf? What's wrong? Mm-hmm. You're so okay. Come here. Come. Oh, sit up. Sit up. Come here. Come here. Do you need cuddles? Is this what you need? Is this what the Alfie needs? Yeah. Do you need some hugs? You need some licks? You need some kisses? Yeah. Yeah. You want some kisses? Here we go. Get some kisses. You're weird, dog. You know that? You're weird. You're such a dog. You're such a dog. Ah! This is what I put up with every day. Yes, every day with his dog. We did not put on mobs. Oh no, we do. Equipment. He is cute. And he's my bud. But he's a handful. And an earful. Earful. If he wasn't as much of an earful, it wouldn't be as much of a handful, but he's very vocal. Now he's whining with his toy in his mouth. So weird, dog. Yeah, so we do have item lists on here. So I do need a container for mob. And it's just an item list. It's not an actual equip slot. I need to make that note here. So this is a equip slot. Royal chest, world loose. I have some mob. Offensive, defensive. And I still got to. You drop. That's don't look at me. You dropped it. You threw it off the couch. That's not my problem. I am not getting it, Alf. Go get it yourself. What? Yeah. Are you done? The mic is starting to think your background noise, Alf. Yeah, it's not even picking you up anymore. It has deemed you as noise. You're weird, Al. He was just sitting there with this in his mouth, and he dropped it off the couch. And he started whining at me. Yeah? Can we throw it? Okay. Hey, Danik. Welcome in. Yep, doing planning for coding. We're coming up with all of our schema for how we're going to store stuff in the database, or what we need to store in the database. Not necessarily the how, but the what. So I did some initial stuff on various bits already, and then I asked Claude, "Hey, what did I miss?" And now we're going through this giant list of stuff that it came up and said, "Hey, you missed all this." So we're going through that. Alf, that's enough. You need to settle down. Yes, you. So yeah, so we're working through some stuff. We've got to working through storage now because we didn't really define that. So I can get to the right window again. There we go. And yes, that was Alf. He was sitting next to me playing with his toy, and then he, for some reason, decided to drop it off the couch and then start whining at me to get it for him. And I wasn't going to do that. So that was him whining at me. No. It's very zoomed in, but are you done? That's just him staring at me and barking. No. Is this what you want? Hmm. Ah, the dog. Schemers trying to control their little worlds. Yep. Yep. Thankfully, not that kind of scheme. Although I am writing schema to control my world. So it's kind of close into that area. So, Alf, that's enough. You've had my attention all day. Um, all right, so we had mob, offensive, defensive item. You have to generate it. There might be other ones later, but okay. So container type, and then if it is a settlement storage, we have to define. We haven't even defined settlements, but settlements will have to have an ID of some sort. Or, oh, actually, we came up with we said we were going to have regions. Did I define a region? I did not define a region. I'm surprised it didn't yell at me about that. It didn't refine the region. I don't think I did. Okay, I kind of said something here, so I guess it forgave me. Um, so a settlement will be similar in that it will have it'll be pick the region name. I fully expect here shortly to have an elephant in my face. You can bring your elephant up? That you took his eyes out, ate his ass, and you're not gonna show it to anybody, huh? Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed of your elephant? Here, can I show people? I'll give it right back, I promise. I'll give it right back. So this, oh, it's not working at all on the green screen because it's seeing this as somewhat of the color of the background. Um, I can't even, I'm trying to see what it looks like. Can't see it well. I come here. Ah, it's on top of everything. Oh shit. I don't know why OBS does this now when you open some properties windows. It makes them incredibly wide. You can see it. It's not the right color. It's actually blue, but for some reason the green chroma key is taking out the blue. I don't know. But yeah, so this is the elephant. Here's his nose. He's eating off the front of his nose. He's eaten out his eyes. He has no eyes anymore. Um, and the first thing he did when he got him was he ate his ass. So he's got a hole in his butt. And then he determined where the squeaker was, and then he went in through his, where is it? Yeah, he went in through here, this big hole in his thigh, and ripped out the squeaker. So yeah, let me see. I can. Alf, this is just green behind me. I can turn off my green screen temporarily. Hang on. Alf, this is mine now. I'm holding it. Yeah, there you go. Now you can see it. So this is the elephant. This is his nose. He's got no eyes. He's literally eaten the eyes out of it. Those are his eye holes. This is fuzz coming out of his cheek that I'm going to steal. And then this is his asshole that is now been violated by him. It was the first thing he went to. And then his thigh, where he pulled the squeaker out of it. This is his carcass. This is his elephant carcass that he's slowly pulling the stuffing out of. So yeah, and he's very proud of it, aren't you, Mr. Ralph? Yeah, aren't you? Are you proud of this? Yeah, you proud of your elephant? Now you're embarrassed because I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'll put it on your head. Okay. All right. Yeah, Alf is he gets plush toys like this occasionally because it just turns into a mess. Like I just have fuzz like this all over the place when he gets it for that day or two. He's not eating this one. A lot of times he'll go through and he'll actually start eating the fabric, and then I got to take it away from him because I don't want to eat fabric. But since there's so much stuffing in this one, he's still working on getting the stuffing out of it, just different holes. Um, but that's what it is with every plushie. He looks for the weak point and takes advantage of the weak point, figures out where the squeakers are, and then like surgically removes the squeakers. Like when he got that one, there was one big squeaker in his belly. So he found the weak spot on its thigh, burrowed into it, and pulled the squeaker out. Nothing else wrong with it, just pulled that squeaker out. And then he'll try to eat the squeaker if I don't get it from him. So yeah, no, it's crazy what they do to things that look just like them. Nope. But yeah, that's his current carcass that he's carrying around. He'll bring it up on the bed. We were talking earlier about how he pushes me around the bed. Yeah, that thing's in my face in the bed while he's chewing on it. It smells lovely because it's completely covered in his slobber. But so yeah, now he just walked away and he's on his little bed that does is not in front of the camera, chewing on it. All right, so we need to define a container. The container, if it's settlement or open world. Well, if it's open world, we'll need to have a region name. It'll need the land block coordinates, and it'll need the sub land block coordinate. I'm just going to start writing this down. I'm not going to remember the stuff in my head. So we're going to have region. I feel like we're just going to have to define a region. I don't. I say I didn't need to do anything here, but we have to define it. I need an ID to stick on stuff. I can't be putting the words everywhere. Edit. Region entity. Name. Reference ID. I didn't spell that right at all. Reference ID. I'm not spelling anything. I had trouble spelling at work all day today too. I was typing all kinds of weird crap working with somebody. So we don't need this anymore. Yeah, region ID. We'll do that. Then we can put the region ID in here. Region ID. We're going to have to put on each one of these properties what the potentially one it is. Yeah, no, the it starts dried and then it becomes very nasty and like the, what's the word? Mucusy. Because he just goes at it really hard in one spot. And then he lets it sit there and it gets cold. And then if I move and I happen to touch it, it scares the crap out of me because it's freaking cold slobber touching the side of my leg all of a sudden. Um, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I'll be probably taking a break from dogs after Alf simply because I want to travel some out of the country. And it's hard to travel internationally with a dog. And I don't want to board them. I don't like boarding dogs. I boarded my first dog a few times, but even then I didn't like doing it. Um, I just didn't have a choice. But everything thus far with him in the last 6 years, I've been able to avoid boarding him for. So I know I've got a conference I have to go to in September for work. I think it's in Dallas. I'll just drive and get an Airbnb that takes a dog. I don't care. I don't want to. He's like a kid. It's like it'd be like putting your kid into preschool or into daycare for a week straight and never see them. That just doesn't feel right to me. So, but I want to travel some. So after Alf has had his wonderful time on this earth, which is probably going to be like another 20 years, with the way his energy is going, then I'll travel. But and then once I'm done traveling and I settle and I'll have already settled down somewhere, I'm sure by then. But then yeah, similar to you, I'll probably get another dog just to keep me company. But I won't be wanting to get out of the country or anything anymore. It's also entirely possible that I get my dual citizenship to Italy and move to Italy, and then I get a dog there. But that's a whole nother ball of wax. So that that possible branch of life is still up for who knows if that's going to happen or not. So, all right. So region ID. So this is only um, uh, properties define which container types they are required for. My connection to Italy is my dad is a first generation American, so my grandmother was born in Italy, um, and my dad was born here, and he and my mom both have dual citizenship now. They changed the rules a couple years ago that you used to be able to go to I think your grandparents if they were Italian, born in Italy or Italian citizens, then you could get your citizenship. But I think they changed it to it's only your parents um, would apply. So they've already got it, so I could get it if I so choose at this point. Oh yeah, I know how to cook pasta just fine. So I've been to Italy before, so I wouldn't be against living there. It just has everything right now is just like it just has to make sense to do it, right? The other challenge for Italian citizenship now that they changed was I used to be able to go to an Italian consulate here in the U.S., so I could go to I think closest one to here is in Miami, um, but I could go to any Italian consulate in the U.S. and do the process of getting citizenship, like provide all the proof and paperwork and fill it all out and everything, and then they would deal with sending it back and forth to Italy and everything to get it all done. They changed it now. You have to actually go to Italy to get it done. So that's an extra caveat to and why and one reason it's not going to happen anytime soon because I don't want to board Alf to travel abroad. So kind of my own personal requirements are making that not possible right now. So but it's on the table. I know my brother's looking into it for him for himself so that my nephew could get it eventually at some point in the future. But I'll let him figure out how that all works now, and then let him give me the here's how to get Italian citizenship guide for our from our family book, and I'll use that later to do it more easily. So yeah, I've not been to Ireland, or Finland or Sweden. I have been to Austria and Germany. I've been to, I need to look at a map because I don't remember. Let me not pull that up on stream because that's going to zoom right into my house. There we go. So I've been to France, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany. I don't know if we went through Luxembourg. We might have driven through it, but I don't know. Um, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Italy. We've been to all of those. We did that on one big trip. Well, not Italy, but Switzerland. This part we did in one big trip, and then Italy was its own. So been to all that. Just once though. Well, twice technically. Two separate trips. So I've been out of the U.S. I'm in the minority in the U.S. Majority of Americans do not leave the country. They don't even go to Canada or Mexico. So I've actually never been to Mexico. No, I've never been to Mexico. I've been to Canada multiple times, but I've never been to Mexico. And I've been to all 40 lower 48 US states now. Just need to go to Alaska and Hawaii, and I'll have that all covered. And I've been to DC, so that's technically a state, sort of. It's a district. So trying to be well traveled and then see other parts of the world and not just assume that my little bubble here is all that exists. All right, I'm going to put some abbreviations here. SS, not the Secret Service and not the Nazi Germany SS. Um, just settlement storage. I just want to put some abbreviation. I'll have to type these all out every time. WC. Oh, WC, not water closet. No. You bailed. uh, Schutzstaffel. I took German in high school. I don't remember much of German, but I took German in high school for a couple years. I remember Du bist ein Blödensocken. You are a stupid sock. I don't know why I remember that phrase, but I do. The weirdest stuff bounces around in my head sometimes. I can't remember my parents' birthdays, but I can remember that phrase. Go figure. Okay, so region ID has to be there for SS. World chest and world loose item. And then we'll need land block coordinates. And that's going to be the same things. Oh, I know what we forgot. We forgot corpse. Character corpse. CC. Yeah, that's a commitment. That's definitely a commitment. I never did anything here with military at all. I worked for the Air Force here for a few years as a civilian, but I left. I could leave whenever I wanted to. Uh, I guess character corpse will have a region and land blocking coordinate because it has to define where it sits. So that's gonna have to be there. Eh. All right, so land block coordinates, sub land block coordinates. That's gonna be the same for all of these. Settlement ID. It's only for settlement storage. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're not going to die in a settlement. We'll just make that a rule. You can't die in a settlement. That's we'll just say that now. If you're in town, you're not going to die. Somebody's not going to shoot you. You're not. There's no PvP anyway. You're not going to get ganked by some rabid dog or bats or something. You're not going to get COVID or something like that while you're sitting in town. Oh my god. Raniko Yakari. I'm sure I butchered that. Raniko Yakari. But let's see. What is that in English? Is that Finnish or Swedish? I'm guessing Finnish. Or what is Finland? Finnish? That's what I thought. Why did it not find it? Finnish. Coastal glacier. Pretty sure that's not exactly the right translation of that. Um, so is it like the Coast Guard here where you're just kind of patrolling the coast of Finland, but you're not going beyond that? Because Marines would be worldwide. Coast Guard would just be the coast of the US. So they're like looking for drug smugglers or they're just rescue missions and stuff like that. Um, could be one of those two. And Marines are more specialized, I would say, to do all kinds of different things. They're not just coastal stuff. Coastal hunters. Probably more like Coast Guard then, for like protecting the coast. Um, but more tactical, maybe. Okay, so maybe it could also be more like Navy too. Um, but yeah, maybe Marines. Okay, definitely not the Border Patrol here, because that's just a group of thugs right now. But it's sad how many different policing um, entities exist in countries these days. Not just the U.S., just everywhere. All right, so settlement ID to define was defining where it is. Character ID, so that would be C, B, C, and do we put a character ID in the corpse? Yeah, I think we do. Because then that can determine if you're allowed to loot it. Like if the timer's up, I think there'll be. I think on this is going to have to. So just saying that out loud is what's a word for this? I mean, I have a technical coding word. I could say garbage collection timer, but it's like your corpse would only last for so long, or there's a world chest that would only last for so long, or there's an item sitting on the ground that only lasts for so long. I think all of those would have those. So, like an existence timer or. There's a way to put this that's common, and my brain is not coming up with the terminology. Boy! Saddle. The doggy's so far away I can barely hear it. Come here. Come here. You're okay. It's okay. You gonna sneeze at me? Come here. You're okay. It was so far away. Why did you get so upset? You're good. Okay, you're done licking now. Nasty. You're nasty. You know that? You're nasty, Alf. Go back to chewing your elephant. You don't be rude. Alrighty, sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. I'll give Alf kisses when he's sitting on my face in bed tonight. I'm sure. No, come here. Come here. Come here. You want kissies? Come here. Come here. Come here. You're so rude, Alf. Well, he's giving me kissies, so I'll pay him back later. Anyway, all right, have a good evening. We'll talk to you on the next one. What is the timer that I'm thinking of to put on this? I don't want to just call it timer because that's too generic and I'm sure we'll break something because of its name. Okay, that's enough. You come sit with me? You gonna lick my knee now? Okay. Okay. Google. What? Google? No. What do you call a timer for an item in a game that says when it will disappear? Okay, that didn't work. This is why AI exists now, because that sucked balls. This. What do you call a timer for an item in a game that says when it will disappear? Despawn. Yes, I knew there was a word for it. I don't know. I didn't think about that. Yeah, not decay. It's despawn timer. Yeah. Okay. See, Claude can be useful sometimes. So despawn timer. This would be for world chest potentially. World loose items. Should really put spaces in these so it doesn't look like a clutter. World loot item. Character corpse. Okay. Hey, bud. That's your fuzz. Yeah. Now you're going to lick that hand? No, no, no. And come over here and sit with me if you want to lick me. Come here, Alf. He sees a car in the street and then he goes crazy. So airsoft guns to do clearing rooms. Yeah, yeah. Like SWAT teams. But yeah, it'd be more like Marines. Yeah, if that's what that means in Finnish, then yeah, it'd be more like Marines because they're very tactical. Not that like Army and Navy and Air Force, they're not tactical, but when you're doing precision on the ground things, that's your Marines. Yeah. Okay, so we've got what settlement storage needs to know is region ID, land block, sub land block, and settlement ID. Hey, Alf! Hang on a second. Let me go deal with what he's seeing outside. All right. Somebody parked a car. It's as if he owns the neighborhood. Ah, so all of those little tactical things, yeah. You good now? Have you recovered from the car that parked on the street? Hmm? Have you? Yeah. You recover? Yeah. Nah, it's fine. It is fine. This is as long as we don't get too political and or offensive, any most topics are fine. I'll chop it off if it gets too far. Because believe me, I can say a lot of things about a lot of stuff that people may or may not agree with. I'm pretty accepting of things, but there are some things that I'm not. So, um, but yeah, no, it's fine. Um, I will say when I was working for the Air Force doing software development, was working on uh, mission planning for F-15s, F-22s, and F-35s, and then doing some uh, lab simulation software writing to simulate various weapons on those same aircraft and their radar capabilities and stuff like that. Um, so like programming, mimicking what the hardware is doing in software, so we can test different uh, software packages on the aircraft. Uh, that was interesting learning how the weapons lock on and track and uh, what the different signatures and everything. It's just crazy. I mean, had that job paid better and been in a bigger city because it was in the middle of Georgia nowhere. Um, I probably would still be there because that was definitely the most interesting job I've had. But it just wasn't something I wanted to stick around in that place for. So it was cool. We had the few years I was there. There was a couple air shows that we had on base. Because the base that we were at, that I was at, was the maintenance base for uh, C5s and F-15s. So you had these giant C5 aircrafts there. But we had some air shows that while they were practicing for them, and obviously you're on an Air Force base, you've got runways. When you have air shows, they're taking off and flying around the base, practicing their routines and everything. So I remember one day I was leaving work while walking out to my car. Blue Angels just, actually, no, I wasn't walking out to my car. I was already in my car and I was sitting at a stoplight waiting to get off of base. And the Blue Angels just buzz us like they probably were higher than they actually looked and felt, but they were like right above us. It was really cool. I have never been in Area 51. There are very few people that go to Area 51. It's obviously a top secret base, so you have to have very specific clearances to get in there. Um, are there aliens there? Is the next question. Um, don't know. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you, but I don't know, and I don't know. So I had to get clearances and everything, and special program clearances and everything for the work I did. And when I quit, I had to go through an interview with the different program directors to ask me how I would handle the information that I knew. I'm like, well, to tell you the truth, I'm probably going to forget within about a month what even the details here that matter were. And I did. I don't remember any of the details that matter anymore. I still, even the stuff that I do remember, I still talk in vague like I've done here, so that it's just like, hey, that sounds cool, but I'm not going to give you any details that I even remember, even if they weren't classified details. But um, just going back to your last comment about Americans can't have a healthy discussion about, I can have a healthy discussion. I just choose not to have them on stream when I'm trying to relax and be a place for people to relax as well. They're not politics and religion aren't relaxing topics to discuss. So that's why I just try to I just keep them out of this stream. On the side, I talk about them very frequently with other people and family and whatnot. So um, I have my stance on things. I'll just for the record, I am neither red or blue, Republican or Democrat in this country. I hate both of them. I hate all of them. We'll just leave it at that. That'll give you an idea of where I am on politics. I don't like any of it. I disagree with the majority of the people that are in politics. So I just stay out of it in this just to keep it a chill place. But and you mentioned people over there fight and die for it and everything. It happens here too. It's just not. It's not as what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Violent maybe, or maybe not as I don't. The word I'm looking for is it's different. It's a different type. It's a different here. There are definitely people here that fight and die for politics and religion. There's no doubt about that. But it's not as maybe it's not as widespread. We're a big country, right? You in Europe, you this isn't the whose dick is bigger than whose, right? But they're just smaller countries. In the U.S., it's just massive when you look at the size of it. So there can be something happening on the East Coast and the West Coast has no clue what's going on, right? So it's just a big place with a lot of varying ideas and opinions and everything. So anyway, I try to avoid that stuff because it's depressing a lot of times talking about it too, and I just try to not talk about it all the time. If it wasn't clear, I'm not happy with where we are right now at all. It's so, and if I could apologize to the world with where we are right now, I would, but that doesn't mean anything coming from me. I can only speak with my votes, and I vote, and doesn't always swing my way. So yeah, I don't know the exact populations of the like all of Europe or the EU, we could say, but it's big. Yeah, it's just it's vast in size. There's so many parts of the U.S. that are very sparsely, if at all, populated, and yet then there's the giant metropolises that we have, and the many of them that we have. So, um, and I know there's air travel in inside of the countries in Europe, inside of Germany and UK, and the bigger, I say bigger, like the bigger landmass countries in there. Um, but when you look at the scale of the amount of flights in the US compared to any one of those countries, it's just ridiculously huge. So just because it's such a vast country. That's why last year I went on the road trip I did. I know what cities look like. I did a road trip in college on spring break. We did a road trip out west and back, and we saw all the big cities. The road trip this past year was to go see the natural side of the country that people don't see, um, national parks and things um, that aren't in big cities. So uh, that's where it's really spectacular because you can build something that looks cool, but something that was naturally made that is even more spectacular. That's even cooler. So, but so yeah, we'll just it'll get touched on occasionally, but I don't try to dwell on it. That's why in my chat rule I just say keep politics out, just to if it comes up okay, on little bits like this, fine. I just don't want like big discussions and arguments about it because it always devolves into chaos, and I don't want that here. So um, so Texas is where the only place you want to visit, huh? That's the only place I don't want to go. I hate Texas. Um, I have my reasons for hating Texas. The only good right now for me in Texas is space flight related things. So in Houston, Johnson Space Center, and then in South Texas, Starbase, where SpaceX is developing Starship. That's the only good in that state for me. Um, Other than that, I could do without Texas. Texas is it's interesting. They are their own special breed of people. Not everybody's that way. The problem with everything, like the problem with what you think about a state or a country or a certain type of people or religion or any of that stuff, is you only ever hear from the vocal minorities, right? The people that are very vocal, and they don't tend to be the level-headed type, right? They're extreme in some way. You don't hear from the 99% of other people that are level-headed thinkers and aren't extreme. They might have some leaning, right? But they're you only see, you don't hear from them as much. So it's weird how society works. And the rise of the internet and social media and connectivity has changed all of that. Like when I was growing up, when I was younger and we didn't have the internet, I had aside from watching like the news on TV occasionally with my parents, or an occasional like Johnny Carson episode, I didn't know what the crap was going on around the world. Oh, yep. All right, so back to this despawn timer. So we have everything we need for settlement storage. We have these 4 things. I think that's all we need for specific containers. Character backpack. It's just the character ID. That's all that matters for that, for where it's located. Burps. Uh, character. Character. Character will define the location of that. World chest. We need the despawn timer on it, and then these guys. World loose item, the same. Mob has none of this. Well, mob, we need a mob ID of some sort. Character corpse, despawn character ID, and then all this stuff up here. Okay, so then the only thing that we're missing on here is max item count. That's for all of them. And then equipment slot. So that would just be this. And after all of that, Doggo is snoring next to me now. He goes from 1,000,000% energy to 0 and then back. There's no in between. There's no in between. Okay. So I think that defines our containers. Let's go back to this and see what did it think we were missing. So this, wait, hang on. Did we, so settlement storage also needs, definitely a character ID, but you may also need a building ID, and then we need to define a building, and there'll be potentially an owner of that building. Otherwise, it's just a public building. Okay, so we do need to define a couple extra little things, but that's kind of going into the settlement too. Now we're getting into the settlement defining, and I want to put that stuff in the land block side. So we're just going to put in here, um, building ID. And this would be for a settlement storage. And we're going to put a note here. The building will be owned by a character or not, in which case it is a public building. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so that should cover that. Okay, so back to our note. All that on there. Okay, so we got to define, we've defined settlement over where here? Region, terrain, we haven't defined settlement yet. Okay, so that's going to go here. And this, excuse me, we need similar stuff to what we put in here for container. How long have we been streaming? 247. How long was this playlist? Did we just start it over again? Or are we still finishing it? Oh, we got 2 more tracks on us. I got a separate second playlist to grab. Hitting the wrong buttons. All right. So let me edit this again. So we need all of this, not the descriptions, but the things, because that's going to determine where the settlement is, and it's going to have an ID inside of that region. And then we have to define buildings too, and what settlement they're in, and what purpose of the building. We just added a hole that we didn't have before this. Get rid of these. Okay, and then name. What else needs to be on a settlement? What else did it say we thought it needed? Coordinates, name. Well, services is just going to be based off of what buildings it has. I'm not going to do it that way. I guess this makes sense, but a timestamp. And then we do want a player count. Did I put that on the land block stuff? Hang on. That is something. Yeah, I do have player count. Player count on that. Didn't I put that on the subland block? I did not. Put that in there. I need that here. What was the other thing that we said we wanted? No, we don't need service flags. Founding times. I thought about that, but I wasn't. Okay. Go back to sleep. You're okay, boy. I was just drinking some water. You're okay. Now you're gonna kick me? Okay. Let me see how it is. I know what I forgot to do. And this, and then this, and then, God, I can't see that. So tiny that far away. You got good vision, but at some point you can't see it. It's just not possible. Well, this is the one, yeah. Okay. Copy. You got it all. Actually, why don't I just do? What am I doing? And then where's my timer? This guy. And this. Oh, that's too long. Bah. Still too long. Why does YouTube have a message limit? I'm 4 characters too long. Get rid of that. There we go. Okay. And then Twitch. There we go. Okay. Something I forgot to do last night. Fixed it. Okay, so that's our settlement. And then the services are determined by the building. So we need to put a building. So we still got to put all these because do I though? I need to know where the settlement lives, but I just need to know the region and the settlement. These don't matter. Yeah. This is just there. It's just the service. Service type. Actually, we had the influence thing. Yeah, this guy. Limen influenced. And same with this. I can change over time. And then actually, let's do this. Building type determines if it is a service or player housing. Character ID if player housing. And then that, and we got to put building ID. Because then that ties back to here, where if it's owned by the character, then that character owner here, character owner, no, yeah, just like it's owned by a character that if there's a storage chest inside of that, then that determines the owner of it. I need a way to allow other players. Oh, it started over. Hang on, let me get my other playlist going. I had two. Which one did I start already? Did I really start volume 2 first? No, I did volume 1. Okay. Start volume 2. It's got a bunch of Donkey Kong racing stuff on this guy. Okay. I need to be able to say. Let's see. The other thing I don't have in here is guild stuff. Crap. I got to build all that. I'm surprised it didn't yell at me about that one. So access rights if player housing. This is JSON B. List of guilds that have access, and if it is storage or view only, and if it is storage, take, give, or take, put view only, or well, if they have access, they can see stuff. I don't think they can ever edit the house. We're just going to make that simple. Cannot edit decorations. We'll say that. Doggy's over me now. And then this will be the same, but list of players that have access and the storage. I'll say rights. Okay. Because we got to have that for player housing. We got to define guilds. All right. So that gets us some of that in there. Under character, we need to put guild. That's where the guilds are going to live. So many things I didn't think about initially. Now that we're going through it. Guild entity. This is not very hard. Guild ID, name. Well, what's unique? Is the name unique or is the ID unique? Because if we just go by name, we don't need a guild ID. Well, yeah, we do want to put an ID. I don't want to be copying a name out everybody's. Yeah, still need a name. We can enforce unique name. So we're going to have some high-level numbers that get updated as players log on and off. So and get added and removed. Total player, well, not total player players. Total player count. Online player count. And then I'll change out the character. I want to introduce player because I won't know what that is. Character list. This is a JSON B. Character ID. I'm going to put the account ID because if somebody wants to ban an account, I want to be able to easily look up if any of those are in the guild. We'll do account ID and then oh, I don't know, actually up here. Founder character ID. Character ID. Founder has access to do anything. Is leader. Flag. So there could be extra characters that can do extra things, but guilds are simply for communication and for adding it to access to storage in your houses. That's it. I'm not building out guild systems if it's just not the way the game's going to work. So I need the grouping just so that it exists. That should be all I need. Maybe there's a description. If they want to put a description for people looking for guilds, we'll have some looking for guild group UI. So what else? That's our guild entity. Okay. And that was all from defining a settlement and settlement storage. All right, that's fine. We figured it all out. It needed to be done. All right. Mob terrain weight join table. Partially called out, no dedicated issue. Yeah, I don't want a dedicated issue. I'm just kind of reusing these a little bit. I should probably change the title of these. So like character related schema. Save. Item related schema. World related schema. Oh, I already have it up over there. What am I doing? World. This guy. Do I have anything but the mob in here? Not yet. Kind of haven't. I don't know if I want to have anything else. Well, we did talk about mob terrain. We're probably gonna put that in here. The terrain type weight stuff. Yeah, this is what it wants me to build out. Is this? So we'll change this too. So mob. And skill. Yeah, we're gonna have more stuff here. Okay. So the one that I was calling out just now was the mob terrain weight. Yeah. We need to figure this one out. We gotta figure out this mob spawn weights. How do I join all that up? It's gonna have to be based off of terrain type. And distance from the nearest settlement. So what that means is when a settlement comes into existence, it needs to update land blocks with a new value, potentially. So distance to nearest settlement. Updated when a new one comes into existence as needed. Okay. So that way, I have that data point. I don't have to go calculate it every time. I save this one. So it's going to be based off of terrain type, distance the land block is from the nearest settlement, is it per land block or is it per sub land block? Because these are big land blocks. If I say distance is 0 for everything in the same land block that a settlement's in, that may limit things too much. I think it's much more. I mean, I could have land block distance and then also sub land block, and that gives me an idea of how far to propagate changes that they might need to go when I change the sub land block distance. Maybe the sub land block distance only matters inside of a land block that has a settlement. Let's think about that statement for a minute. Does that work? That might work. Because then I know I don't have to go outside of the land block to set it. The only thing is, like, that's only if it's perfectly centered. If it's not perfectly centered, then the surrounding ones might get touched. But still, we're only talking at most, if it's like slightly, if it's one diagonal down to the right, that would make it have to touch 1, 2, 3 extra blocks. It would be only ever at most 3 blocks. Because if it's down 1, it'd be the bottom 3. If it's right down 1, it'd be these 3 here. So at most we'd be updating 4 land blocks worth of sub land blocks, which wouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, I think we just do that. I think we don't care about the land block level. We care about the sub land block. And those are the only ones we update. And we never worry about bigger than a land block. Let's just write that down so we don't forget. What am I doing? So this doesn't matter here, but it does matter here. I spelled existence wrong. Once you are, so if we have a 50 by 50 block, the middle of that, there's 20, you can't get the middle of that. Because there's 25 and 25. The middle is either one off to the left or one off to the right, or one up or one down. So you have to make it you have to make it 51. So you have 25, 25. Then you have a single row here and a single row here in the middle, so that you have a center point. And then if you're more than 25 away from the settlement, it no longer influences anything spawn-wise. So that changes this from 50 by 50 to 51 by 51, which is fine. And then once you are 25 sub land blocks away, this is -1, aka not influenced by settlement. Otherwise you'd have infinite updates happening. This is -1, the default, not influenced by the settlement. So at most on a new settlement, you have to look at 4 land blocks. Yeah. Very in the weeds detail, but it'll matter eventually. So might as well write it down while I think about it. Otherwise, I will forget. Okay, so back to what we were trying to define is the mob spawn weights. Because it was asking for obviously this stuff. Is there really anything else I need to put on there for now? The mob type ID, train type ID, spawn weight, speed factor. I don't know what additional modifiers I'd have. It's very similar to terrain definitions, to be fair. Because when you define subland block or terrain type, that is, base chance of spawn, it's got all the different things. It's similar. It's just I don't care about the surrounding stuff. I just care about that particular subland block. Okay. So that might not be too terrible. So mob spawn weights entity. Oh, my itches. Nope. Hit the tab key. So mob. I guess I didn't even put that up here, did I? Name. Mob type ID. Of course, but mob type ID. Train type ID. Is it just a spawn percentage? Is that really all I need? I think so. And there's a speed factor, but yeah. That's all that, that's all that said, right? It was spawn weight. Yeah. Chance percentage, speed factor. Yeah, that's really all I need. You could have just typed that out for me, Claude. Okay, so that handles that. NPC. It doesn't end. It's probably, what would that be under? Kind of character related, but not. It's more world related than anything. Yeah. Name. There will be dialogue stuff. Yeah. NPC knowledge scales with player discovered world knowledge. Yeah. I say some cool things, complicated things, but cool things. Yeah, no, this is true. This is where I was going. Um, I want to think it out a little bit more while we're here. Okay, so that's going to fall into the world related stuff. Because it kind of falls into settlement, to be fair. Settlement versus wild. That makes sense to go here. Um, okay. Well, we know we have a name. We know we're going to have a region ID on it for where it's located. Potentially a settlement ID optional. If not set, it is in the wild. In which case, we need a land block coordinates and subland block coordinates. Optional if not in settlement. We got to define dialogue options and we got to define trading options. I'm trying to think I'm going to handle the NPCs that are dealing with the market. Like, do they have an identity or is that just simulation in the background that buys and sells stuff with random names? Or do I just make the guys, whatever NPCs are in that settlement, just be on the market too? Like what they're trading stuff determines what they do on the market. That there's some connection. Then we got to define what they can gather. If they can gather, like, can you request them to gather something or How does that work? So there's a few properties of these guys that we got to deal with. So we got to deal with dialog options. So this is a JSON B. Defines idle text that randomly is said in chat, in like local chat. Defines interaction text. Hello prompts. The player can pick and their responses. Defines interaction options related to quests. So another text option that doesn't stand out, because I want you to not have quest markers. That's one goal of this game, is no quest markers. That doesn't stand out, but then triggers a quest in the character's journal. Defines what types of items they will trade for and have on them. Which means we need to have on our containers, NPCs involved here, don't we? Oh, I forgot about that one. NPC barter inventory. We'll just call that NPC. So we need a region ID. And we need a NPC ID. They will not be there forever. That was one cool thing about AC2, is the loot could change out. You could also see other people's stuff that they sold to it. That was cool. I thought that was cool. Max item. Yeah, they all have max item counts. The other thing. I'll make a note here so I don't forget. Player bartered items show up for a bit for other players and then disappear. I like that concept from AC. NPC ID, and then NPC ID. Well, for bartering with an NPC, okay, how do we store this? I don't think that's actually contained in the barter window. I think it's just there's a reference to it in the window, and when you click barter, it swaps it from a character ID to an NPC ID. Yeah. We don't need to do anything other than that. Okay. We need that stuff in there. Then back to this. Meaning we'll need to look at loot types. Because I think on items we have item types. Look at item types. Define any actions the player can request of them, i.e. gather, craft. And no, players gonna have to craft it themselves. I'm not gonna make an NPC craft stuff. That's complicated. Then you got to give it items, and then you got to return something, and that's weird. Gather is it really gather? Yeah, I think that's really it. And request of them to gather. And use to request a certain item, certain material for them to gather. Something like that. That gets us down. That gets us started at least. Oh, my mouse fell. Stretch my leg. Okay, so next. Here. That's our NPC. We're making progress. We're on number 5 of, well, 12. We're getting there. 10 isn't a thing, though. So we have this. This has already been answered, so that's good. Oh, this is just the ambiguity stuff. Yeah, so item container stuff we have dealt with. Let me just make sure. Equip slot, carried inventory, settlement storage, world chest container, death of driver listed and barter trade. Yeah. So we've held help. Was a 7 and 8 are already done. 10 isn't the thing. This is just this is more like if the server crashes, what happens? Whatever the last state the server knows of is what happens. If they requested something on the front end and it didn't get to the server and it didn't process it, it didn't happen. Yes, it'll be a rollback, but there's only so much I can do. When stuff goes poop, it goes poop. There'll be some graceful recovery, I'm sure. Like if the server did something the player never saw, that'll come back to them. But if it didn't actually finish committing it, there's nothing I can do about that. It's gone. Player would have never known anyway. If it didn't commit it, the player would have never known that it happened. If the player finds out that it happened, then it is on the server and saved because it's server authoritative. So this is really moot. That's not how traveling works. Yeah, we do need to define that though. Okay. The update mechanism should be defined before. You're asking me to define a system before I can put it in my schema? No, screw you. True. I mean, I agree with that. We can fix that, but okay. We're not that far off then. Okay. We already did this one. So these two are kind of similar. World Limen knowledge and fragment table and crafting blueprint and world blueprint discovery. So they're similar lines. Time is it 8:45? Let me just see if I have anything that I need to be up early for tomorrow. Oh, look, 2 new voicemails that didn't ring the phone because they're scammers. Cool. Why is he green? Don't be green unless you need the distraction, buddy. Okay. Ugh. 8 o'clock meetings suck. I'm double booked at 10:30. Yikes. So tomorrow's going to be a day of meetings, it looks. Yay. That's a good day to do my Couch Friday work. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy the music. Okay, so this wants me to do, or saying I'm missing. So we create a world skill discovery as a worldwide registry for sub-skill unlocks. States that we propagate worldwide as players encounter it. This is structurally identical to sub-skill discovery. Yet there's no world Limen new knowledge, Limen knowledge or Limen fragment. Um, trying to remember what I was doing with this stuff. So it says, where did it say I talked about Limen stuff? In section 2 and 3.5. All right, let's go read that because I don't remember everything we went in there anymore. Section 2. Okay. And then 3.5. 5 investigation. Ah, Banjo Kazooie. That's what these are from. Okay. Never played Banjo Kazooie. So we kind of need to define what that means. Is it just lore? I mean, clearly I say here it unlocks new abilities and understanding, but I'm kind of starting to think that like this could be multiple things that could discover. It could be just lore. So just like a fragment of information or a fragment of the world about something about the world. Um, and then we have like this, like it's kind of describing in here a the world Limen knowledge thing slash Limen fragment. So there's this like story that you can go read that slowly gets filled out as people discover things, and the never ending story. It could get really long, but we'll have to categorize things so you can read what you're interested in. But then I think there's something about this that affects um, the limit effects on different skills and items and land blocks and whatnot. And maybe as you discover fragments from different categories from doing different things, it increases or it changes the effects of Limen on said things, and or allows the use of special Limen based skills or incantations or invocations or whatever, if it's magic related or whatever that is, right? Or crafting things, allow you to craft Limen infused things. And maybe that's what it is. Like you hit a certain threshold and now, oh, now you have the knowledge. If you have this type of gathered source of Limen, you can actually craft it into your new weapons or armor or whatever that is, or equipment. So it's all based off of how much of the knowledge has been gained. I don't think this is a thing here. I think this is going too far. It's only world based. I don't agree with that because the whole point of this was it was worldwide, not player character specific. So that's a bad interpretation of stuff. Um, Character knowledge Limen. True, this probably is more what have they uh not perfected or learned maybe not perfected, what mastered. That's the word I'm looking for. Knowledge that they've mastered. So let's go read. Okay, now that we're kind of working this out, I think I'm seeing a good route to go here. So if we come in here and we say on here, Limen mastered knowledge, i.e., able to use Limen to craft a certain type of item or I forget how we define magic and stuff. I had terms I used for all of them. I don't remember what they all were anymore. Or is it under item? Is that where I put all that? No, it was under skills. That's where it is in here. we use the words thought it was under here. Is it not? Or was it enhancements that we called it? Properties. I know we figured them out last time. Maybe it's in here and I just forgot. Or maybe it's just in my GDD. Uh, we came up with it. Swear to God, if I didn't write them down, I'd be mad. Oh, here we go. Hopefully. No. It was under like crap. Death. This is combat. It was when we were talking about buffs. What were we gonna call those? But I don't. Why don't I see that in here? Buff. No. Not bug. Buff. Nothing. Buff. Ah, there it is. That's in the lemon hook under character. Oh, that's not even in the. I was looking at the bullet list the whole time. It was down here. There we go. Yeah. So special harmonics or something, right? I'm just trying to think, how do they do that though? Like, so say they. I'm kind of going on, does this even matter? So say the world gets a level of lemon knowledge that they can do these special harmonics or item crafting or something. Does the character have to master that too? Or does it just become available in crafting or skills to use? Hmm. I'm just trying to think what that means. Like, why would a character have a specialty set of Limen knowledge if it's shared with the world? Or, yes, it's shared with the world, but in your crafting or your skills or something, you don't know about it until it just randomly happens to you. And then it becomes, yes, I can craft this on demand now. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so let's let's put this doesn't belong up here. Limen master. Let's come down here. So we already kind of said that. I sat there and thought about it, and we just said it right here, but we didn't really put how. For example, once the world reaches a certain amount of knowledge in a specific category of Limen knowledge, it then becomes possible when crafting or using a skill that it results in a Limen enhanced version of it. From that point forward, the knowledge is unlocked for this character, and they can cast it on demand, or they can do it on demand. So that's the idea there. Okay, so with that, then we come back here. I don't know where we're doing this. Item related. I need to save these so I don't like, no, that didn't change. So it was talking about oh, it reset all that because I opened that up by accident. Dang it. Okay. So we need this, exactly what it's describing there. But then we have to tie that to a category. So I guess we should specify in here. Where'd they go? There we go. So Limen master knowledge. Skill ID Limen knowledge category ID, and that will determine these two values determine what is unlocked. So something like that. And then here, where are we? We haven't got this world stuff. So here we've defined yeah, it's world related, so we'll put it in here. What else had I defined? Did it say I had defined already? I had defined the skill discovery stuff. I guess we can put that in the skills. That's kind of skill related more than world related. It's both, but it's got to live somewhere. And this one's light compared to the other one. So it was suggesting something world Limen knowledge made up of fragments. Category ID, name, description, and then underneath it will be Limen. Actually, we need knowledge level and Limen fragments. Well, this is just, so this is Limen fragments entity. And this ties to a category. Let's do this one. Let's call it that. So it's clear which ID we're talking about. Limen knowledge category ID, name, description, and knowledge level. Name, we'll just call it knowledge text. How about that? Be a little, only the name for it. It's going to go underneath that category. Or knowledge title, knowledge text, and then sub-skill IDs. No, not here. I think it's probably fine. I think we have a category per sub-skill, but we just put the sub-skill up here. Well, this needs to be is discovered. Number of fragments in category discovered. And then sub-skills affected by category. Or, no, we put this category ID on the sub-skill. Well, that's at the character level, though. We still got to define the sub-skills somewhere. Do we not define the sub-skills? Tell me it pointed that out, because we don't really define the sub-skills anywhere. Container, death item stuff. Yeah, it does down here. Okay, we need the sub-skill entities. And then that's where we put the category ID. We need to put fragment ID here. We got to define the actual skill, so that's going to go in here. So yeah, that'll have to go on top of that. Okay, so that covers. So any skills that tie to this category ID have a chance of unlocking the fragment or sub-skills. And And as more of these get unlocked, the more modifiers, variants, whatever you want to call them, of the sub skill could potentially unlock themselves, right? So what that means is when we define the sub skills, we have to define the Limen enhanced sub skill variant, and at what level, knowledge level, that can possibly be unlocked at. We are vibing. Just chilling to some video game remixes while we make our own video game. So, or try to at least. It's an idea I've been thinking about for many, many years, and I'm trying to actually do it now that I have two in my arsenal of people to work on a video game. Me and my best friend Claude. Not that I'm going to have Claude make a bunch of slop for me, but it will help me do things faster than I would have been able to do them myself from scratch. I could do it all from scratch, but I'm just going to let it assist me. I'm giving it all the ideas, obviously. Like, I am designing all this myself. I'm not saying, hey, go design this for me. I am directing it specifically what I want because it's my idea, not Claude's. But I have two people. I have somebody on my staff now. I pay him $17 a month. It's a very low salary. But yep, but we're just vibing, trying to figure out this stuff before we start writing any code. Because it's hard to change stuff after you start writing code. Repeat it all again, huh? We make game with my one staff member whose name is Claude Code, who I pay $17 a month. My idea for the last 20 years. I'm just putting it on paper finally. But it's all Claude is just there to help me do the grunt work, right? It's not there to actually create the idea for me. This is my idea. So I'm building right now. We're currently in phase 1. We're building out all of our schema of how we define items and characters and mobs and the world and skills and all of that stuff. And then we can start storing the data and making systems use that data. So we've got it all planned out. No idea how long it'll take. We're doing it stream or two here and there every week, and on my spare time that I don't have much of from work. So, well, that's what we're vibing on. Video game music with more video games. And you never know, somebody in chat will see me do something and have a good suggestion, and I'll incorporate it. But just sharing the journey, if anybody is interested. Okay, so we've defined those, which I think is all we really need here. Because the skill definition that we need to put together for where'd it go? How did I lose it already? Here will tie back into that. Discovered to be used on skills to determine when the Limen variants. That's empty, right? Yeah. Variants are unlocked. Okay, let me save that. I think that knocks off this missing bit. Crafting blueprints, a blueprint. Yeah, we got to define our blueprints, don't we? I said we had them, and I knew I was going to have to define them eventually. I just was lazy and didn't, so we got to define those. So how are you doing this evening? Just looking for a chill place to listen to some music, strange music. A modern take on a classic soundtrack. Good old Zelda. It is true. So I do define on characters. Well, that's not characters. That's character. Their knowledge of crafting blueprints and gathering techniques and specializations. But I don't really define. I mean, gathering is because they gather something. They're just going to see something. They're going to try to gather it. And they're going to learn how to do it. And they'll get better and better and better at it. This. How are they going to just. Am I expecting people to be. Is it like Minecraft where you just have to know the recipes and then you learn it and then you see it in your book? Or is it. As your skill goes up, you just unlock it. If it's unlocked in the world. I'm leaning the latter, but that feels too simple. But yeah, I'll be posting. I just set up my Discord yesterday, actually. I'll be probably posting some of the game design documents as they mature and as they develop in there, just so there's a place for people to read them and see them if they're interested. I'll be talking to myself a lot in there, I'm sure. It always helps to talk out loud, even if it's to the air. Things become clear magically. So, um, is that the route I want to go for blueprints? Is there any? I mean, you could also find them because that's another route I could go. It could be drops. And if you have a skill, you could potentially get the drops. On the other hand, they could just be drops regardless of whether you have the skill, and then you can trade it to somebody that has the skill. And that kind of plays into the arcane lore aspect of items, where arcane lore determined, do you have the general lore knowledge to use something? This would not be arcane lore. This would be crafting knowledge. And do you have the skill to use it? And they unlock as the world skills increase. And that actually sounds like a cool way to do it, is drops. Not just you can look at your book and see, I want to craft this. And as people's skill increase, the average items become more prevalent in drops and whatnot. And maybe another way to get them is as you're using that crafting skill. I think you start with some base knowledge, just basic things. Like, I don't think you start as completely empty. That seems wrong. But as you use it, you also have a chance to unlock something randomly as knowledge in the world increases. That way, it's not just a like what you see in modern MMOs like WoW and Final Fantasy stuff. You just see, oh, here's all the stuff I can potentially learn when I get to the skill level. It's here's my base stuff, here's stuff that I have discovered by crafting with this skill, and here's stuff that have dropped that I've learned or I've traded for and I've learned. But you don't necessarily see the full picture until you start learning that stuff. I like that idea. Okay. So, how do we work that? That's going to be under, if it becomes an item, sometimes. Do I put it under character or I put it under skills? I'm sure. There's just a chance it's an item that drops. So I think that goes in here. So then blueprint entity. So blueprint ID. Skill ID, sub skill ID. If not set, then it doesn't require a specific sub skill. Name, description, material, or I don't want to call it recipe. It's cooking. Instructions. What materials are required to craft. That's JSON B. And then so flags can drop as an item. Can randomly learn while crafting. I think those are the only two flags because then you have skill level requirement. Get the right letters. Requirement. Sub skill level requirement if a sub skill ID is set. And then this is where it comes into, so the Limen level requirement if Limen knowledge category ID is set. I need to put that not set if, that's fine. Because then what we did over here was we said, I think this goes away. Is it? What do we? Oh no, it stays there. It just means we've unlocked it. So once the roll reaches a certain, then it becomes possible when crafting uses a skill that results in a limited enhanced version of A and B on demand. Okay. Okay, so then It was called Limen Knowledge Category, yeah. So then on the blueprint, if it's set, once that level requirement is met, then that blueprint could possibly be dropped or learned. And that's how you get them. I do need a note here. Crafting blueprints. Some basic default ones are available on learning a skill. Just so I don't forget that bit. Let's see, did this say anything else about blueprint stuff that I've forgotten here? That's not true. That's not what we're doing. They're character specific. Yeah. Yeah, so they're tied in with so I need the note on this. Okay, let me just make some notes in here. So actually, this is how we'll do it. Acquisition. Acquisition. Didn't red underline it. You got it right. Acquisition flags. There will be a low percentage of these happening when the further from the skill requirement you are. Once you meet it, that will increase, and as you go well beyond it, the chances increase even more. Also, a factor will be if the world has discovered it already, as that will bump the chances up a bit more. So that's how that's going to work. So I'd need a flag on here that says like world discover, something like that. Let's do flash Limen. Actually, let's put this down here. Also, effective will be world of scare more, and the Limen level for the category comes into play as well. So that's how we're going to determine whether you find this or not. I think that's a cool tie-in to that system. I like that. Oops. Okay. So that answers the questions we had here of how do you discover, how do you acquire it. And it is character specific, but there's a world level of knowledge as well that assists you in finding it faster. Okay, so I think we've answered that. All right, cool. Containers, we already answered all this stuff. Death item recovery, already answered that. We gotta do our skills. This is moot. There is no in transit state. It is you're here or you're here. There's time it takes before you're allowed to travel again. I probably do need on the character, and this will answer the question for it when it sees it. Where's character here? Like the last sub land block movement date timestamp. And then that will determine, based off where they're at, when they can move to a different place. So we're going to note that in here so that answers that question without just saying it's moot. I want it to understand why I'm doing this. So last sub land block change, UTC. This determines how much longer the character has to wait before moving to another sub land block or teleporting. Based off the design, let me just make a comma. Those wait times being determined by terrain, events, etc. for the sub land block they just moved into. Yeah, so that answers that question. I'll knock that one off the list. Oops. We got to do our skills and our loot table. What time is it? 9:30. A little bit longer. I'd love to get most of this stuff done tonight. And then tell it, hey, you know that thing you did? Reevaluate it all and see if I answer all your questions. So skill. Random models character subskill as the first character subskill record. Oh wait, I thought there was a specific. Oh, it's here. Okay. I just skipped over to get down to here. This is a good question. What was I thinking on that? So skill specializations. I don't recall why I have that. That's a very good question. Subskills allow specialization within a skill. Oh, it's what subskills they know. So somehow that got in there. So skills. Okay, so that's a good clarification. I can fix that really quick. Sub skills that are known. There, fixes that easy. Okay. Easy fix. So that fixes that one. So we need a loot table and we need a base skill and sub skill table. Okay. Base skills, static data migration, sub skills, credit name and discovery, foreign key to the base skill. Yeah, okay. No, that's basically the base skills and a sub skill in each base skill, and sub skills are learned as you do things. So skills. Really not a lot to it. What's going to happen is there's actually another level to this. um, because there's actually let me think. So when I did go back to was it world I did that under? No. No. I remember where I did things. No. No, wait, we already did these. No, that's the character version of it. Never mind. The blueprint ties back to the category. So where I'm going with this is so for, let's say, there's so many different skills. So if we talk about a magic based skill, we're just going to use magic just because that's generally what it is. Say you have life magic. We'll call it life magic. We're being very generic here. And life magic can do healing spells and uh, buffs and things like that. Um, certain types of buffs, not all buffs, certain types of buffs. Your sub skills of that are, let's say, healing and protection. Those are your two sub. We'll just say there's two sub skills. If protection is very generic, so underneath protection, technically you don't have sub skills, but you have different. Again, we'll call them spells, incantations, whatever you want to call them. That sub skill allows you to use. I have to define those somewhere. Same thing applies for weapon skills or armor skills. Crafting skills are a little different. Crafting is just kind of, you can make certain types of, maybe armor smith is your skill and your sub skill is leather or mail or just clothing or whatever they are, right? We're talking fantasy level, but not necessarily like futuristic stuff either. That would be in there. But underneath those are all your blueprints, right? So the blueprints are what make up what you know about those sub skills in crafting. But like the magic skill, what are the spells? What's that entity? And for the weapon skills, the offensive skills, is it just you have, I guess for those it would just be like, say you are ranged weapon skills and your sub skills are bow, throwing knife, gun, laser, whatever they are, right? Whatever those different flamethrower, heck, why not? And then those just determine what kind of items you can use. Like it doesn't have additional attacks. It's the item, it just does a thing, right? We're not going down the like 3D MMO route like Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft where you wield an axe, but you have a bunch of different skills to do with that. That's too much. It's going to be, you know how to wield that axe and how good are you with that axe? I mean, what is that, and what properties does that axe have for special things that it can apply poisons or whatever that is, right? It's based off of the item and the fact that you know how to wield it. It's not that you have a bunch of different skills on it. Magic's a little different, so I think there's have to be an entity for that, like there is for crafting. But I was just trying to make sure I understood. I said it out loud again, what the difference between a skill and a sub skill is, and then what falls underneath that. So I think we need another entity that this didn't even pick up. So skill and sub skill plus we got to do the incantation, the stuff that we defined for that. So harmonics, dissonances, resonances, arts, and weaves. Those were the things that you're going to have to go underneath. Special ability, there are going to be special abilities. Like even if you have an axe, you'll have maybe one or two special abilities. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I have them in here as arts, which is more physical, so you would think that would make sense. But I have to define these somehow. So there's going to have to be, because that's why you have your on the character, you have your Limen force. That's your mana. To be able to do these. So these have to live somewhere. These are, in traditional games, they're skills, but I can't use that here. I mean, I could rename skills something else, but all the scheme is called skills, so I don't want to do that. These are like, some of them are abilities, some of them are knowledge. What else could we call this? I mean, it's basically what these are, but I'm just trying to think of what is this thing? So we had a conversation with Claude about this. Let's go back to that. There we go, this thing. I think it was this conversation. This was just about Limen. This wasn't about what we call the different things. I guess I didn't. Maybe I did that in somewhere else. Different action. I mean, it could be actions. Maybe that's it. Actions. I will say offensive magic. Offensive. You offend me. Make that. We're going to have to edit this anyway in a second. So I can put that word in here. No. Old occult term. Working as any deliberate act of magic, neutral enough to be a parent category. It's not all magic, though. So yeah, I don't like facets. That's not right. Uh, I guess I don't have that in my context for this chat. Um, the tone is this. Yep, I agree. I don't like working. Techniques. That's not a bad one. Methods. I like techniques. Yeah, it's bland, but it works. Let's develop over time through collective discovery, facility practices. Hmm. Well, you don't like that sound, Al? Yeah, we'll do practice. How does that really fit for? So if I'm using harmonic practices, dissonance practices, resonant practices, and that's not a practice, it's just an item, so that doesn't count. Harmonic and dissonant practices. Arts is like, it would be like axe practices or flamethrower practices. I guess that works. And weave practices. Uh, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It just didn't feel right. Let's throw out this term having to cover, which is it? Resonances. Yep. Yep. Crazy how much this understands what I'm doing the more I talk to it. Yeah, learn it's a technique I kind of like so far. That's been I covered that already because I wasn't even thinking about the items in there before. I don't really need that. So, and just speaking out the different types of things like axe technique or gun technique, or it could be uh, your techniques or your weaves and magic. I don't necessarily need the word technique to cover this one. So slot your yeah. You don't have this in this one. You won't slot your spells and abilities. You'll slot your techniques, and your techniques could be buffs, debuffs, or magic or special abilities, and that would be harmonic resistance. So yeah, it's always a technique. I kind of like technique. That's where I'm drawn to right now. The other ones just feel weird. Draws or forms are your top two. Still strong. Each is a form. I get why it's thinking it's generic because it is. I like the idea that it's using. I mean, it's taking into account this force that we're unfamiliar with. Yeah, because then you could change forms, and then that kind of gets weird. Slot your pulses. No, that would be so many bad things would come out of that one. Emissions, accurate, terrible. Yep. I guess channel works because you are channeling some You're both channeling your force, and then you're also channeling the ability or the skill or the magic or the whatever it is. I guess that kind of works. A technique, now that I think about it, doesn't really fit spells as well because it's not a technique. You're it's more like a channeling on that. Yeah. I guess I think channel will work. So if we come back into here, okay, so that then needs to go under skills. So we need to still define, good Lord, there's so much that we got to define what skill entity, sub skill entity, and channel entity. Those three have to get defined. Why is it not like this word? CHANNEL. CHANNEL. You just want it lowercase? Why? So then if we do those two, so that covers what did I call these base skills and sub skills? Okay. Let's just get these kind of defined. Sub skill ID, name, channel ID, name, skill ID, sub skill ID if required. At least get that going, and then we'll put those stuff from here up under that, except for resonances. Okay. So if we answer those questions, that'll answer our sub skill and skill. We've already done everything above this. This isn't, we've addressed that in a comment. We've corrected this. Did I correct that? I think this is different. I want to define this differently. Skills, sub skills, and then channels that are known. These are the not doing those. There we go. similar to crafting, there is a base set, and you can, and you will, but you will only learn more from use, not drops. There. So now we have to define on these, like skill, sub-skill, or skill level. All that stuff has to get defined. Okay, so that answers that. Okay, so if we do that, then it answers this questions for sure. And the loot table is the last big one. That's going to be too hard to make that. It is 10 o'clock, though. I do have to work tomorrow. I really want to get these done, but I think we kind of figured out some good stuff. We've got it documented enough that I'm not going to forget. So I'm going to make a note in here. Back to the code. To do list. I have to make it something unique so I know what the hell it is. It doesn't just say to do. And then to do list. So I know those are the two that we have left. Screw this. And we got to go through this, don't we? Yeah, I think we do. Oh, add-ons, not what I wanted. If we want to do this, if subland block events are normalized into a table, this flag can be computed cached rather than a column that requires manual synchronization. Okay. I can, if I do these last two, that'll clean that stuff up. The ages tracks as integer or duration. The throttle decision number 7 references threshold relative to world max skill level. Age is unit. Real time in-game time observer ticks affects the school. Well, no, it doesn't. Age has nothing to do with anything. I'm just going to fix that one really quick because that's just a stupid interpretation. Actually, do I need that now that I think about it? Because it's really... I have a created timestamp. But just because you created it 12 weeks ago you've only played 3 seconds doesn't make you 12 weeks old. It just says you sat on it for a while. Increases in actual in-game activities. Just a time in days, hours, minutes, good Lord, seconds, that increases when logged in and partially increases if schooling. There. Has no effect on anything other than a guide to how much a character has been used. I make that clear, so that'll clear up that guy. that one's done. So we do these two. We do our loot table and skills. And then yeah, these didn't happen, but I'll get Claude to do those to mark them as done. Okay. Almost there. Didn't get as far as I wanted to, but it's 10 o'clock and I got to be up tomorrow. So cool. Progress. Lots of good progress tonight. That's great. Very happy with that. So, all right. Well, thank you all for watching. We'll be on tomorrow at, I think 4:30 is what I got my stream scheduled for Summer Game Fest. We got official co-stream of it. Anybody can do it, so it's nothing that fancy, but I can put my numbers into their numbers to make them look even bigger. My 4 people. But still, we'll be doing that. We'll be watching that show and the Day of the Devs after it for the indie stuff. I'll probably be playing with some of this stuff on the side while we're watching it. And then Saturday is up in the air what we're going to do. Either this or games or something. I'm not sure. And then Sunday, might do an early stream of more of this, but it may just be because there's a later thing at 1, the Xbox Showcase and the PC Gamer Showcase for Summer Game Fest. So we'll watch those. But yeah, thanks for watching. Drop a follow. Check in on Discord. I'll start posting stuff in here as things happen now. I got to get my bot to work to post when I go live because it did not work today. But we'll start filling that guy out with some information and chatter about stuff. So thank you all, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.